Alright, sorry, Chooms. I was doing some stretches. I sat down right as the song was ending. Hang on. Let me get things. I think everything's where we need it to be. Oh, one more thing. Sorry. Alright, I think we can go ahead and switch over there. Hi! Hello everyone! Hello! Happy Thursday. Yes, it's Thursday. We are out of touch. And the week is almost out of time. But not yet. Not yet. Soon. Soon. Soon, 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 soon. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all staying warm. Seems to be a real challenge right now. I know a lot of folks are looking at some pretty extreme weather this coming weekend. I hope everyone stays safe, stays comfy. Please take whatever precautions you gotta. We want all the Chooms to be hale and healthy, as they say. Alright, well, we're off to a bad start with that. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Mage. Happy Thursday. I'm sorry you were sick. I hope you're getting some rest, and I hope you feel better soon. Admittedly, the weather is not really going to help with that, but may it pass quickly. Hello, Artemis. It is good to see you. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good week. I hope everything is going well for you. Hello, Standing. Happy Thursday. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you are doing well. Hello, Lucid. Sorry, I had like a brain fart in the middle of the sentence there, and I was just like, name. Hello, Lucid. I hope you are doing well. Good to see you. Welcome, everyone. And hello, Lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. How am I doing? I am doing okay. I'm ready for the month to be over. Living in rage as a child is old enough to know not to go into a public event while sick. Still went and got sick. Yep. Yeah, people do that. I don't know, like, yeah, there isn't really a good excuse. Like, if you're not feeling well, I get that it's something that you're excited about and you want to go to, but you should not, for the benefit of everyone else, you should wait till next time. It's true. I don't know. How am I doing? Work is being annoying again. At least we're a damn See, I feel like masks should have become more common practice, and I still, at least in my area, see a good number of people using them. I'm very hit and miss, and a lot of times it's more dependent on how I'm feeling than how I expect other people to behave. But, yeah. The card continues to be an interesting saga. I was going to an appointment today, and on the way back my foot bumped something, and I looked down, and I think there's like a plug under the driver's seat, like underneath the driver dashboard area. That's what they plug into to, diagnose whatever the computer is saying, and they kind of just left it dangling. So that's not great. And I called them and I was like, hey, what the fuck? And I was not mean about it, but I was like, was this you guys? And I sent them a photo and they were like, yeah, it looks like it. So come bring it by and we can get it tucked away. And I'm like, okay. So I might go do that tomorrow. Yes, if you are sick, both for your own benefit and for everyone else's benefit, stay home. I don't feel like I have to tell you guys to do that. I feel like y'all are responsible enough, but God, you'd think the past like 5 or 6 years would have instilled better discipline about it, but what you gonna do? You can't fix stupid, as they say. Um, I'm gonna grouse with you guys for a second if it's okay. So, Carson, so that is definitely true. It is kind of an ongoing saga, which is not a lot of fun. It's part of why I think this month has just been so frustrating. It's just dealing with this over and over in steps over, repeatedly. But I can't complain too much because I've had this car for 15 years and I've had to do not that much to take care of it. So it kind of feels like I haven't been neglecting it, but it just kind of feels like, all right, it is time to pay the piper. And I have to pay it all at once. It's not fun, but it also hasn't been super problematic. I don't know. I might complain to the folks next time I go by a little bit just because I'm like, guys, this last appointment was not handled very well. Yeah, she is a surprisingly old car at this point. Like, I was thinking about it, I'm like, dang, I've had this car a long time. She still handles really well though. I love her. Okay, so here's my little work grouse, and I'm just gonna sit. I just want to get this off my chest because it is so frustrating to me. So, and I asked a couple of friends, and I guess this is not an uncommon thing to do, but my job. Hello, Sonic. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for this 40 stream streak. Goodness. What was I gonna say? So my job wants me to give them a list of my goals for the year. And sort of like what I was saying for, I don't know how high the streak goes. I don't think there's a limit in the system. Sort of like I was saying for my yearly goals, personal goals. They want something that is actionable, right? So not just like, I'm going to get better at this program. It's like, I'm going to get better at a particular skill by doing this thing. Which, like, I agree with the general structure of that, right? Of not just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this thing. It's like, here's what I'm going to do this year for this purpose. I think that's a good idea. But work already takes 40 hours out of my week. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, are you paying me to do this? Are you giving me time off to go, like, work on these things? Because I will gladly take work time to do, like, figure drawing classes or technical classes to get better at a given discipline. That would be amazing. I would jump on that opportunity. But they're definitely not doing that. So I'm just like, exactly. Like, you do not get to tell me how to use my time and not pay me for it. No, you're saying the same thing that I'm feeling. I haven't talked to my lead about it. The main thing that I'm sort of like trying to figure out right now is how to just take the stuff that I want to do for the game this year and repurpose it into my goals. It's like, I was already planning to do this, and I'll just tell you guys that I'm doing it. But, like, that is the most that you are getting out of me. It might give me a couple extra things to target for the game, but I'm not going out of my way to do something just to make the company happy. Fuck it. Like, if they care that much, then they can sponsor it. So yeah, that has been just a little something that popped up yesterday and has had me grumbling since. But I don't know, it's fine. I'm ready for this month to be over though. I'm ready for things to settle down a little bit. I feel like I'm coming up with drawing ideas faster than I can execute on them. I did knock one of the backlogs off yesterday. So I want to get maybe one more done. And then I really need to focus in on the model work because I've got some good progress there, but I feel like I'm not getting it done as quickly as I would like to. I would really like to see a little bit more happen just so I can start making some plans. June. I'm still saying June, but we'll see what happens. Rules of self-improvement. How to tell boss to word that Twitch was not about to automate again. Off incorporate. We feel that this doesn't synergize with our long-term goals. And that for the time being, we need to focus internally on the things that we feel are important. Or as one of my friends put it, 3 goals. Work, make more money, work less, don't get fired. I'm like, yeah, these are good. So I don't know. One thing did happen. So one of my friends is moving, and she was basically trying to. It's a really big move, and so they're trying to get rid of a bunch of stuff. They want to be as like lean as they can. So they messaged our group. And it was just like, hey, here's a bunch of the stuff that we're trying to get rid of. Call dibs. And so I was like, ooh, there's a really nice print there that I want. And so she was just going to give it to me. Which I was like, this defeats the point. This defeats the point of you trying to like get rid of this stuff to help get money for the move and everything. So I was like, alright, well, throw this in too. And so I ended up getting like a fair amount of stuff and she actually accepted the money for it, which is good. I want to help. Help me help you. Not to derail? Derail. Are you a train now? I think the V2 program is visible in Bombay. Oh, you are correct. That would be tits. Let me get rid of that. Thank you. Mage is now a magic train. But yes, she actually accepted the money, and the package of stuff arrived today, and it's very exciting. There's a couple of art books, there's a graphic novel, and a print, and a deck of cards. Trains are cool. I wish we had more trains. We need more trains. Admittedly, trains don't always fit in our area. Trains and hills kind of notoriously don't get along super well, but it would still be nice. Also, they need to rework our fucking bus system because it's dumb. Our bus system is dumb. I'm glad we have one, but it's dumb. I'm sorry, I don't think I do. I don't think I got the reference. So, I don't know. It's okay. ASDF movies. No. Nope. Nope. Oh boy. Game dev tonight is going to be interesting because my brain is clearly like not going at 100%. Maybe focusing will help. Maybe focusing in on that stuff will let it run better? Question mark, but I feel like that's hopium. We'll figure it out. Oh. Basically the pre-TikTok shorts from random animation content. I see. Yeah, I don't think I was part of that scene. I was never big on short form content. I probably saw something get passed around in meme format at some point, but I don't remember it. Speaking of the game dev, so the plan tonight, what I want to focus on is we've sort of got two tracks that we're working on. The first thing is the white box test level. So we've got... Here, why don't we go ahead? Why don't we jump over to the Unreal scene so that we can have visual aids for what we're dealing with. So we're currently in the floor, and now we're flashbanged. Where is our gray box test level? Here you are. So yeah, we've got this guy, right? We've got sort of a test area. So there are a couple of things that need to be cleaned up before we can distribute it, right? Like the text here is really hard to read. Want to maybe make a couple of adjustments about the jump height and everything just so that some of these are a little bit easier to reach, right? We don't want to... 73 million views. Not bad. Not bad at all. So we need to clean that up. Yeah, I think I should just make the jump height more substantial. I think a lot of the distances that we have right now are like just barely reaching it. Nothing about this game requires precision platforming. "17 years would be right about the start of YouTube. YouTube is 19 years old this year. So that would have been very early. Okay, so why are you? You were supposed to be glowing. You're supposed to have a light border. So where did that go? Well, so this is interesting. Okay, so one thing, we should also get rid of our little debug text. Move over here. Actually, no, I'm gonna go over here. There we go. So yeah, we should get rid of our debug text. But it seems like the text itself is not as bright as it should be. Visible, yeah. No, don't hide it. Don't cast a shadow. Indirect lighting cache. Emissive light source? No. Effect dynamic indirect lighting. Effect indirect. Effect distance lighting. Okay, let's just turn all of these off because I don't want you to actually be affected by lighting, period. Default text material opaque. Worth watching once. Korea put all of them. Alright. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out at some point. Tag but not livable. Light channels. Okay, so apparently light channels are just turned off altogether, which makes sense. Why are you off? Then advanced physics text. Where are you? Okay, you're over here. Find camera component pivot offset, level instancing, world partition data layers. Let's see if there is an idea. How can I give a glow effect to UI text? Trying to swap from Dr. Pepper to... Hey, that's a good idea. Definitely a good way to wean off of it. I found cutting soda helped a lot. Let's see. Bump the color of something. Alright. Maybe it doesn't provide any... Okay, so if I hit edit text, what does this do? That opens this window.
Bruh.
Yes. Okay, so we rendered, we set the text, we have the block, the font size. Outline material. Where is that? The font, the render color. So this is all under appearance. Where is that at, though? Rendering, collision, input, level instancing, data layers. This is a radial gradient at the center of every letter. Interesting. Alright, let's just see. I wish people did more written tutorials and not video tutorials. I get really tired of video tutorials. Also, this one just isn't even loading. World widget with a text block. Apply the affected text, create dynamic material. Okay, hang on. So where is... So we have this. This seems not like what we want. Though I suppose this is the text blueprint and then... Okay, you know what? That might actually be fine. That kind of explains why it's so ugly. curiosity, can I increase the value to like 10? Does that do anything? No. Okay, so it just has sort of a hard cap. Advance. Max scale, world size. When was this written? 2020. Okay, so we should still be in UE5. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what exactly we actually need here. I guess what might be the most effective thing to do would be to look for, yeah, the text material. So if we open that up, okay, this I think is what we want. So we've got the font, we've got alert value. I'm not sure what the, oh, that's to get the opacity going. All right, so now we have vertex color. So if we were to just drag out of emissive color, we should be able to create constant, what do we want? 3 vector? Probably work. Okay, and then we save that. There we go. Now what I think I'm gonna do, just for purely aesthetic sake, is drop the blue value, the emissive, down to like 0.3, so that it has a nice yellowy tinge to it. Just sort of lines up with the aesthetic that we wanted, right? So there is one important thing to note here. So what I'm messing with right now, I'm gonna pour some tea while I'm explaining this. What I'm messing with right now is the text material. So the way Unreal works, and I believe Unity does the same thing, is you can set up a material and you can apply it to as many things as you want, right? But when you change a material, it changes for everything that the material is applied to, right? It is a singular asset, and updating it affects everything. So in this case, I could not have like some of the text here be blue and some of it be red, right? If I wanted to do that, what I would need to do would be to create an instance of the material. So going back in here, one of the things I have an option is I can right click on this and I can hit, where is it? Convert to parameter. And I can call that emissive color. So the default will be whatever value I've set here. But then if I were to create an instance of the material, I would be able to modify that color to be whatever I wanted for each instance of it. Right, so let's just bring Jordan into the scene for a second to use as a, no, don't do that. To use as a demonstration. So each part of Jordan. Actually, where is... There we go, there's the blueprint. This will be easier to show. So each part of her, the gloves, the feathers, the eyes, the eyebrows, the buttons, the berries, etc., they all have instances of the character skin master material. But then you see I have the ability to apply different maps so that they look different, and I have the ability to affect different values to get the results that I want. Right, so I have this thing, the diffuse emissive color blend, so I can switch back and forth and give it more of like a glowy effect. Right, so I can switch over to that, set the emissive intensity up. This one might actually not have any applied to it. I'm trying to recall if anything in Jordan's texture library does. I don't think she has anything. You know, I can increase the Fresnel to get more like edge glow. So you can get a lot of control in each of your various materials, or whatever you want to set up an instance of, rather than having to create individual materials. And that's part of why modifying the material directly is so slow, because materials update more slowly than instances do. Just kind of the way that they're built. Okay, so that's kind of little problem number one. And then, oh, this is gonna be fun. We need to figure out what in our player character is... Oh, what's throwing debug text? Okay, so I'm gonna pause the game and we're gonna eject from the player control because I want to grab this, and then we're gonna open this up and we're gonna go back here because now we need to go digging. And actually, if I repossess the character, please don't crash. Okay, so it is something pertaining to player velocity, namely vertical velocity. Where is that? Oh god, where did I leave this? There should be a relatively simple way. Let's see. Find origin of print string. On blueprint screen, go to the bottom and type print string in the find results field. Oh, there you are. As you can see, well, you can't. I have a lot of print strings because I'm looking for different instances to understand what is happening. Okay, so this one isn't plugged into anything, so that one's not working. That one's not working. That one's not doing anything. Neither is that one. You are. But I don't think Yeah, see, it's not actually running. So that's not the problem. Next one. No. 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 Okay, so it's not going to be in the slingshot, I don't think. Where are you? I mean, the other, admittedly not super fun way to go through this is basically just to, like, look to see where there's activity occurring. Right, okay, so nothing going on here. And that branch, everything is pretty locked down for the moment. Okay. Like, we went through all of these. There's nothing up here, is it? Input access move right. Doesn't seem like it. Wouldn't be in the construction script, would it? No. Respawn player, pause game, unpause, hook type, velocity limiter. No. Climb state checks, no. Searching your grab points? No. I mean, it is checking constantly, but that's not it. Get mouse position? No. That's nothing. I don't even know why that's there. Menu player to book. I should close some of these tabs. It's getting a little crazy up here. Let's move that back here. I'm not sure if the debug is actually going to show up in the executable, but still, I don't really want to risk it. And I don't... If I'm not actively using the value, then I shouldn't be taking up the room with print anyway. Rope length, target arrow rotation, get mouse location, velocity limiter. See, it seems like velocity limiter would make sense. The player velocity on any axis exceeds max velocity, then set the linear velocity. That makes sense. Right, so a lot of what we're doing here is sort of looking to see what the velocity while we're sort of in different motions is like. I think a lot of it was to sort of understand what it was reading while the player is swinging around. Hmm. Admin reset. It shouldn't be in here. No. No, this doesn't run constantly. And that's kind of the thing right now, is I'm trying to figure out what of these would have something just going all the time. Let's see if there's any other. Finding current blueprint only. When blueprint screen, go print string, list of all the print string references in the blueprint. You can double click on reference and will take you to where the print screen is in the blueprint. Okay, so we were looking, and you would think it would be one of these guys, but none of them. Seem to be actively doing anything. Like this one is getting bypassed, so that's not it. Why do I have two in there? That's not it. Unless it's not in the side scroller? Where would it be? Where would it be if not there? Is there a way of searching every print string in the project? See in the logs. Control F and then type what the string says and scroll through the logs to find the print string nodes. Okay. Show me the log window. Blueprint log? Compiler, editor. Load errors. We don't need errors. I just need to see. I'm not seeing anything in the message log. Output log? Oh, there we go. Jordan Annam BP01C0. What is C0? Oh, wait. Okay, hang on. Yeah, so that's in this one. It's pointing to this. There you are. Is that it? No. Try to get pawn owner is valid. Yeah, this is the only event going on. but nothing is actively happening. Well, blueprint. Int user messages. Well, let's go ahead and unplug this one just to be safe. And see if it's still printing something. Okay. I guess it was that, even though... Oh, I know why. Because it was using the preview instance. So it's just showing like an instance that is not accurate to what is happening in the game. So if I hit play, and then we pull up the one that is actually spawned in the game, you can see it changes up here. Now it references the one that is actually in the game state, and you can see it's running. So if we unplug that, and we hit play again, you see it runs through the rest of the sequence, but now it's not hitting the print string. And the result is we don't have an endless slew of zeros inundating our screen, which is good. That's what we want to see. Okay, so that part's out of the way. And then I think what we're gonna do is we need to go back to the side scroller character. And we are going to go to the event graph. So I actually know roughly where we're looking to go. Okay. As in launch velocity, landing functions, break rope. So we are looking for our spacebar input, our jump input. Here we go. Input action jump. So it is looking for the hook controller, and then based on essentially the state that the player is in, it will do different functionality. So if there is none, then it turns the clamber flag on and takes us to jump. So you have character run that, and we set the gravity scale lower. So the max gravity we have set to 2. Alright, let's see what this looks like. So currently, Jordan can't jump very good, right? It's a fairly, I would argue, fairly realistic jump height, at least by platformer standards, right? She can get maybe like half her height off the ground, which is still pretty good by realistic, but for platforming, it kind of sucks. And like even a ledge like this, you know, she can get up it reasonably well, but if we go out to the section that I've set up for the actual player movement, or actually sort of testing the jumping and ledge climbing, right, if we go all the way down here, the jumping is a little finicky, and you can see it's like really easy to miss some of these ledges unless you're like right at the edge of them. So I think we want to give the player a little bit more allowance And part of why I have that set as a variable is also so that I can set different like jump height capabilities on a level by level basis. There's also a little bug in here. Just sort of the way that it detects ledges, that if there's nothing at her feet, she just kind of teleports to the top of the ledge. I need to figure out how to do that in a way that's a little less buggy. But we'll get there. Okay, so if we go back here, so that's a max gravity value of 2. If I set this to 1, what does that look like? I think it's actually kind of worse. It feels worse. See, this is why it is useful to have print strings. So we're gonna go in here. We're gonna set up a print string. And you we're just gonna convert that from a float value to a string. When we hit plus, or we hit go, so the value is just at 1 the entire time. It is not increasing. So the max gravity, when we start, okay, so when we start jumping, what is this doing? We go in here, the initial value is 0. And over about a half second, the value goes from 0 to 0.5? No, 0 to 1. Oh, okay, I see the problem. So the problem is, or not the problem, but the trick is that we're not changing the value by changing the max gravity. The problem is that we are, how should I put this? We are creating a lerp. We are transitioning between the A value, which is 1, and the B value, which we have now also set to 1. So there's no change occurring because the start and end values are identical. So if we set this back to 2, and we hit play, you'll see our values start at 1 and then go to 2 over a course of about half a second. And I believe that's effectively to get the fall to happen a little bit faster, because it was feeling very floaty before. If you were to set this to, say, 5 and hit play, you see, she just kind of like plummets like a rock. Funk. So that's not great. Yeah, increasing it to 2 I think was just to improve the fall down time once the player was done jumping, right? It's like, I've released the jump button. I would like to get back to the ground in a reasonable period of time. Just for funsies, let's set it to 0. Whee! I have to keep hitting space to reset it to 1. Okay, so let's not do that. Does the falling include acceleration? It does, as long as there is gravity. So what I would like to do, if I can figure out how to do it, is increase the velocity of the initial jump. Character movement? Oh, I think it's in here. Here we go. Yeah, so if we go back, we got the character movement. Here we go. Jump Z velocity. So we have right here, we have it set to 420 centimeters per second, which I believe is the default. Nice little thing about Unreal, you see these little loopback arrows on the side? That is the return to default. That is reset. So if I set this to say 1000, you see a little arrow appears, and that'll set it back to 420. So let's just set it to 10,000. Just for demonstration purposes. And we've set our max gravity back to 2, but if I hit jump, whoop! Okay, so maybe not that much. That was a little excessive. But if we set it to 1000, which, you know, we were at 420, so this is a little bit over twice of our original jump velocity. You can see it's visibly stronger. Right? She's got some range now. So I think that's a little bit excessive. So what have we got in here? We've got our jump velocity, which controls how high we can reach, our braking deceleration while falling, lateral deceleration when falling and not applying acceleration. Air control is that nice little video game thing where you can sort of shift in the air even though you're just floating. Falling lateral friction. Friction to apply to lateral air movement when falling. So let's set this to like 750, I think. That'll give us a good... I think that'll give us a nice little bump to our overall strength. Yeah, it feels a bit better, right? Like, it's still very bouncy, but actually, this will work. If we just set Jordan in the scene. So at max height, she's reaching like I don't know, maybe 1.5 times her height in jump capability. If we just kind of tap the space bar, she can get up to about her height. Which, again, like, doesn't really make sense from a real world standpoint, but this is a video game and we're literally just writing physics as we go. So, you know, fuck it. Let's see how this actually feels in a bit more of a practical scenario. I think that's pretty good. It definitely gives a lot more forgiveness. Yeah, like with this, with the ledge there, I think before you really had to like get it just right. Or not just right, but you had to really max out the jump, whereas this is much more forgiving. I think this is pretty good. You know what I should also test though, is down here, go all the way over, we have this little platforming puzzle section. Honestly, the gravity in a game is not just yes or no, however much it does. There is nothing in a game that is predetermined, right? Like, I have the advantage that smarter people than me have set all this up in a way that I can make use of, right? And I can just plug in numbers and get results. But how light behaves, how gravity behaves, how... Yeah, there is nothing in this universe that doesn't exist without somebody writing the code to make it. So what I think is nice about this particular one, it already feels a little bit better than how we had it before. Before, there was a lot of reliance in the way that I had set up the platforms on the lean, or not the lean, the clambering, right? That thing that sort of, in this case, is letting her, you know, teleport up to the tops of these ledges, right? Whereas now, the clambering feels more like a fallback rather than necessary to actually make it, right? Like, I can just make that jump. I can just hop that one and hop that one. I don't have to hope that the clambering system catches on the ledge correctly. It's more of a backup plan. It is a little like the Myst books. I am still not 100% clear on how much the Myst books were, and I think this was a big part of the philosophical debate that Atris presented in Riven, of when they write the Myst books, are they making the world from nothing, or are they linking two worlds that already existed, and sort of writing the books is creating a pathway? Because Atris seems to be more in the latter camp, whereas his father seemed to really believe that their people, the Doin, had the providence that they could just create entire realities from whole cloth. So there is an error that is getting thrown here. And if we pause, so basically one of my functions is just trying to get a value, but because it doesn't exist anywhere in the level, it's just returning an error perpetually. I definitely will want to clean that up at some point, but I think for the time being, it's not a problem. I don't believe it's as bad as like a memory leak. Because a memory leak is just accumulating data. This is just repeatedly trying to run the function and getting null. So I don't think it's a real problem, at least not right away. So yeah, we hit that switch, which moves that door, and then we can jump back here. Oh, I fell. Let's test that again. Okay, actually, I'm pretty sure what was originally intended was you come back here, or you go hit the switch. God damn it. You know what? I'm lazy. Help me out here. Ow. Ow. Fuck it. Fine. And then you would come back and hit that, which would just let you drop in place. Again from the main menu. Thank you so much for testing our game. And please don't please fill out the form. Then we have a little fade to black. We have the menu, which only has the one level plugged in right now. And there we go. So let me ask, let me put this to you guys. It's a bit of a question. It's more just sort of a to-taste thing, I guess. So we plugged Jordan in with a couple of animations just to sort of see how it would behave. But I'm sure you've noticed in me running around, the animations are kind of janky. Like the running animation looks fine. The falling animation looks pretty silly. And then, like, in particular, the landing animations do not time well. Right? There's a lot of sliding. It does not look very good. My concern is getting a lot of feedback about how the animations look. And it's like, yeah, I know. That's not the point right now. Like, I had this happen at work the other day where we showed something that our team is working on. We showed it a little bit early just to go ahead and get feedback from the client. And I said when we introduced it, of like, hey, so here's where we are. This is mostly looking at these aspects. We haven't really worked on these other things, right? They're still very early. So can you guys guess what like 80% of the feedback was focused on? I just sat there and I was like, why do I bother? So I suppose I worry a little bit that if I leave Jordan in the incomplete state that she is in, like, see, she's just A-posing now. There isn't even an animation tied to this, and she doesn't know what to do, so she's just A-posing to assert dominance. Freaking get it. Whee! So I just kind of worry, like, if I leave it as it is, then a lot of the written feedback is gonna be, why do the animations look so bad? And I'm just gonna be like, I don't know, what do you guys think? Also, does the mic sound any different? Let's be sure. Some switches will be paired, requiring you to use your book to stand on both. This doesn't make perhaps as much sense as it should, because we don't have an example of a switch that is by itself. Think the mic sounds better? Oh, that's good. Yeah, I did move it, so it's not a lot closer than it was, but its previous position was kind of behind the monitor, so it probably wasn't getting as clear of a signal as it could have been. Okay, so let's do this, I think. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Oh, I'm gonna have to remember how to set up doors and switches again. It's fine. I can do this. Okay, so it's not gonna be... Where did I leave it? Honestly, a lot of the time, like, it's... I just end up kind of going back and forth. Like, I will grab an object and then just be like, find. So let's put one right here. And then we're gonna take this. I'm gonna duplicate it. Sort of bring it down like so. I'm gonna scale it inward. And just position it like that. Just because I don't want people to figure out how to jump over the wall. So then we need a door. We're gonna set it right there. Put that a little bit back, and then okay, let's put this in the right place. I think this actually is good. Okay, so yeah, we have a pressure switch handler object. So we are going to add another one to that, and then select this item. And then you trying to remember which actor points at which object. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so if we go back down here, you can see that this one has two arrays: connected door and the connected switches. So this one is looking at this, and this should be, yes, looking, so they're looking back and forth at each other to confirm that they are working together. I believe this guy, what does this one have going on? So that's a moving platform that is connected to a switch. But where is that controlled by? Oh, okay. Yeah, in the handler, there's a moving platform array as well. So there's doors, and there's array, and there's platforms. So we are going to open up the array here. Actually, since the other door got disconnected, we're just gonna set this, I believe. Maybe we don't need it in here. So you do not need to maintain pressure. Alright, let's test that and see if I set this up correctly. Nope. Maintain pressure, switch complete. Rest net load on client. Okay. So what are you doing? Jordan steps on it. Okay, so that's to set the hook point out of the way so that the player doesn't accidentally step on it. That makes sense, that's good. And then if we eject... Okay, so it is set to pressed. And then let's bring up the handler. Oh, okay. Okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. I think. So we're gonna set another object back here. We need another handler. Basically, I need to set up a handler for each like door switch puzzle that I create. Admittedly, it would be really good if I could group these together. I think I can. I should make sure to do that. I'm gonna make a note. If I can remember where I put my pen. I was just fussing with it a little bit ago. Huh. Okay, I'll write it down in a notepad for now. Group puzzle elements. Alright. things to do for later. Organization is very important. Actually, why don't we start doing it right now? Okay, so this handler needs to look at the switch. And it needs to look at the store. So I don't think that's going to be quite enough, but we will find out. Oh, look at that. It turns out I built it in such a way as to be fairly idiot-proof, which is good because I'm an idiot. So now we need to take this. I want to create a second one. By stepping on them, or yeah, that's too much text. Unfortunately, there's no wrapping option, so we're going to delete that part, and then we're going to duplicate it. And then one more time. Or by using your book. Part of what is really interesting here is, like, I know these things, right? I know what certain bindings are. I know what the jump ranges are. I need to make sure that I provide all of the necessary information that anyone that is playing the game knows what to do. Right, so now that we have had that initial introduction to the switches, I feel like this makes more sense of, oh, okay, so I try and step on this one, nothing happens. And actually, they're broken. Why are they broken? Yeah, don't group them together. Dual switch puzzle. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, so you should not be in here. We just want pressure switch 1 and 2. Gotta go back down here. Do you work now? Or are you still upset? Okay, so there's one little thing that we can do to improve this. right now, right? So the switch is sort of orange and blue. You step on it, it turns green. And you're like, cool, it's good. So these guys require both of them to be activated. But there's no indication that it is trying to work. Right? It sees that there is a person on it. It sees that it is hitting the activation condition, but it is waiting for its pair to also be activated. But it's not telling the player that, it just seems like it's not working. So what can we do to make that a little bit clearer? I have an idea. So if we go back into the pressure switch, that's just causing the entire thing to rotate, you know, give it a little bit of visual flair. Set box trace by channel. This isn't doing anything. The statue is blue. Hook point is box. Yeah, pressure switch. Okay. Where is the part that actually sets the color of our object? It should be. I mean, it's not a super complex blueprint. Oh, is it in the handler? I bet it is. Set timers. Store progress, store complete, pause timer by handle, on the event of death. Okay, so yeah, door progress. This is why you gotta comment your shit, right? Little things explaining what's going on is always a good idea. Replace orange and blue materials with green. Okay, so what I think would be a good idea, we have the orange pedestal that it's sitting on, right? And that isn't changing regardless right now. I think what would be a good idea is to have the vertical element that is visibly rotating. That turns green if you have stepped on it, but the switch hasn't completely flipped, right? So it is showing that it sees you, it's responding to you, but you're still missing something. And then once you have actually fully solved the puzzle and it is ready to go, then the entire thing turns green. So that will require a little bit of reworking, I think. Because what it's doing right now, so the event begin play, reset the switch handler, so I think all of that is fine. The list of switches only contains completed switches. Then set it to solve. Okay, yeah, so that's the doors. Okay, so where would this sit? Because this is resetting it. And then what is this called? Cylinder. It's a cylinder. And then you are gonna plug in right there. And we're gonna call it, or we're gonna grab E underscore red. Yes. Or actually, we want E underscore Gurn. That can just sit right there. And then we'll do the same thing over here. We're gonna get the cylinder. We'll set that right there. We'll set you to E underscore red. So that will do that functionality, right? And we should be able to see that right away. But if we just go over here, then oh, what happened there? That did not work exactly as intended. Let's look at switch handler and figure out why that didn't do the thing we wanted. So it seems like it did it very brief. Oh. I think. Yeah, because this is still running. You have. Okay, easy enough. So we're just gonna get the switch complete value. And we're just gonna put a branch in here. And if it is false, or actually, no. We will put these in the opposite order. So this will plug into here, and then it'll run the gate. And if it is true, then that's the end of the conversation. If it is false, then it will continue to alternate materials. So you can see it is still working. Oh wait, I have it plugged in on both sides. Or no, I'm stupid. That gate, we do want it to be both. So it is on false, and then as soon as I step on it, you see it stops. And now the whole thing is green. Perfect. Alright. So now the question is, we need to go back to handler. And we need to have this run when the switch is pressed. But not... Okay, I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea on how this might work. Oh, hopefully this doesn't break anything, because we're kind of... Essentially what I'm thinking is we're gonna kind of have the same command coming in from multiple places, which could get a little fucky. So basically what I want to do is we're going to replicate this whole string, this whole sequence in here. So when it does overlap with a player, it's going to set all of the statue materials to green. I'm just going to sort of reorganize this a little bit just to make it cleaner. Stop. Thank you. And then I believe... Well, so yeah, this sets it back to where we want it, so that should work to do this one. So we're just gonna move this underneath, same plan. Stop. And then just drag these out a little bit so they're not overlapping quite so much. And then we just plug this in and compile it. Oh, you guys can't see. Oh, that's an error. Invalid target. Okay. Fine. Just do it this way then. I don't see how this is invalid when those are valid, but fine. Okay, so SM statue is gonna take first position. And we're just gonna plug you in here and here. And then we can get rid of these guys because for some reason it doesn't like that one. And then SM1, we'll just go right here and here. And we get rid of that guy. Well, I'm glad I hit compile instead of just play. It would have thrown an error message before it actually started playing, but that would have been ugly. Alright, so now we compile. No errors. Good. Alright, let's see if this works as intended. Well, so this one isn't going to show it, right? Because it just turns green. And it stays green because it's done. But if we go down here, what we should see is we step on this and that turns green. And then when we step off it, it goes back to red and blue, right? So it gives you some indication of I see you, I'm responding to you, but the puzzle is not solved. And then once we hit both of them, ta-da! Okay, I think that will serve very well. I think that'll do fine. Oh wait, did that break just now? Our jump off mechanic is not rendering correctly. It was there for a moment. Okay, let's try and do one more troubleshooting. So I think everything else is more or less making sense. It's just a little thing that the player character is supposed to do, but it's not doing. Find references by name. Jump arrow. Oh, here's what we want. Okay, so jump arrow. We gotta find references to the jump arrow. So we get the widget here. Set the visibility off. Switch on left direction, left to right, set world rotation, set visibility on. Okay, let's hit play. And see what it is doing or not doing. Okay. So, what we should expect to see happen is this whole thing lights up. Okay, so that is good. Except now it's like worse. Well, it's not. It's kind of worse. We see something now. But that's not what we're supposed to see. I have to wonder, is there a file that is broken? Let me just do this really quickly because I want to test if something that we did down here caused it to break. go up here. And now that we've done all that, okay, so it is showing up again. Okay, so stop that. Come back here. Pass through mask one-sided. Okay, so if we go to the viewport, where is this? Jump arrow widget. Can you show me what this is trying to look like? See, I don't think that's correct. Like if we go to, okay, actually no, all of those are using the same thing. Jump arrow widget. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Was this supposed to be an image? Like, it was definitely an arrow. What happened? Image 180. Weird. Did I just... There's no way I just put a box and was like, yeah, that's good enough. Here, I'm gonna, just for the sake of expediency, let the player start over where we actually need it for a second. No, it can't be. There's no way I just put a box. It was definitely an arrow at one time. What did I do? Or what did it do? Okay, so there's that. Image 44. Where is this located? Here's the problem. Okay, so the targeting arrow broke? It seems like it broke. Like if we open... Oh, no, there it is. That's what it's supposed to look like. So what happened to you? Red channel, green channel, blue channel. Okay, so you have alpha. You understand what you're supposed to do. Oh. Well, now it looks correct. See, that's... This is... This is what it's supposed to look like. It's just sort of an indicator that as you hold down the space bar, your jump height, you know, the height and velocity that you jump off the wall with is going to get greater. I don't know why it broke like that. I'm glad it sort of figured itself out, but that was very strange. Let me pour myself some more tea. Okay, so that's working. Fine. Fine. Oh, I found my pen. It was hiding. Okay. So we got that. I think a lot of the text, such as it is, makes enough sense. I hope. I suppose the testers will tell me. Oh. I do think the upgrade to the door was a good thing. I think that was worth doing. Let's see. Honestly, I think we should just send it the way that it is. I think what we have is certainly good enough that we can start to get some meaningful feedback. We'll sort of see how people feel about it. Honestly, the feedback is probably going to be pretty bad. But, you know, it's an early enough build that hopefully we can sort of take action on that and correct things. Okay, one more thing I want to do. So we're going to switch this. So right now it's just playing the selective viewport, which is how we get into this, right? I think the tooltip for climbing, yeah, jump at a ledge to climb over it. Okay. So we're gonna go in here, we're gonna launch it as a standalone game. And see what this looks like. Hopefully, anyway. Please don't crash, please don't crash. So we can put that here. Oh, the frame rate is much better. It's like actual FPS. I love it. We still have a bunch of debug stuff to get rid of though. So those red lines when we jump, we want to get rid of that. And the debug values on the side are still showing up. So that's good to know. Wow, the fidelity here is actually quite nice. Okay, so the one thing that is not quite working the way that I want it to is it should not start on this level. I think that's something that we need to set in the game project settings. Whee! Bonk. You're supposed to go here and then hit that, and it'll swing you around, and then you can hit E, and you win the game. I did add a dialogue skip button, so I know people are going to want to be able to do that, right? So this is where it should start. I do have a key binding image, which will need to be updated to something more robust in the future, but it's fine for right now. I'm glad that jumped back to the correct window. Okay, so let's do 3 things just to wrap this up, and then I'll just sort of show you guys briefly what I'm thinking about the sort of the feedback documentation, and kind of see where we feel. I don't know that I have the brain power to really start like working on animation stuff after doing all this. This has been really good though, just to sort of reacquaint myself with like working on the blueprints and where stuff is and how to build out the levels and everything. It has been way too long since I touched all of this, and you start to forget things, right? Okay, so couple of things. One, we just added that print string to the side-scroller character, right? So we want to see what the is it this one? Yes, we were setting the gravity. Okay, so deactivate this one, because I believe this is the... Yes, that was the launch velocity of the player. So you can go ahead and turn that one off. But the other one was in jumping. We set a print string for the gravity. So you can go ahead and get rid of that. Okay, so that's gone. There's still a couple of little initializations and whatnot that'll show up, but that's fine, I don't care. The other one is when the player is jumping. So we set the gravity, we got the slingshot swinging. So we're looking for those little systems that are creating the red lines. It is scanning a certain distance in front of the character to see if there is an object blocking them. Break rope, disconnect, admin reset. Let's see if I can find it in this menu. There's your grab points, rotate. Mental clear trace, here we go. So yeah, we've got these line traces, and they are raw debug type for duration, so we're gonna set that to none. Then if we hit play again, it's still doing it. Oh, that's the... Or is that... Okay, so that's the lines that show up as you are mantling. That is not the tracing to detect saying it is looking in the first place. That's this one. That's this other line trace setup. So we're gonna turn this off. So just to demonstrate, right? I think I can actually... Can I modify this while it's going? So you see now it's just gone. It looks more complete, right? Um, if I were to set it back to what it was before, where it is on for the duration, you'll see it creates a trail, right? Sort of as many states as it can render in a period of time. If we set it for 1 frame, it sort of becomes a thing that like sits in front of the player. So that would not be a bad option, but I think for our purposes, like if the player needs to see that to understand the ledge clambering, then it's not working, right? Like obviously we don't necessarily have all of the visual toolkit that we might have, but a behavior as simple as that should not need a visual indicator. I would hope anyway. If I do my job right, then it will not be necessary. Right, the player should just be able to go, oh cool, ledge, and can just jump at it. And we'll either be able to clear it in one go, or we'll be able to jump up to it that way. Okay, last thing. So we need to go into the project settings. And we need to find, so this is all, where is what we need? This is description, maps and modes, editor startup map, game default map. It is set to the menu level. Oh, probably because it's still running off of when we did the executable version, it was still working off of the editor settings. So if we set this to menu level, and then close that, we hit play. No? Did you not save it? No, you did. Okay, save that and hit play. Okay, so that, let's try running it in standalone game again. I mean, it's not going to be the biggest problem in the world if it just jumps right into the level, but it's definitely not what we want to have happen. Let me just look to see if I missed something really quickly. Let's go game, select a game mode. Yeah, it all seems fine. Weird. I mean, for the most part, it looks okay. what I'm gonna try doing. Let's go ahead and close that. What I'm gonna try doing is I will try exporting out the game, making the executable, and seeing if that works correctly. If it does, buggies. If it does not, then it's not a huge problem. Hey, Tishel. Appreciate you popping in. It's going okay. We're just sort of polishing some stuff up. Nothing real major tonight, but just some good janitorial work. I hope you're having a good midweek. I hope you're staying warm. And I appreciate you popping by. Right, later, Tisha. It's good to see you. I don't know why it's not working the way that it is supposed to, or why it's not going to the level that it is supposed to, but it's fine. Alright. So, I'm okay to sort of call that a success, call that a win. So really quickly to sort of show you what I'm planning on the feedback side of things. So I have a Google form that I'm preparing, right? So it's gonna have a brief thing. We'll put together a list of known issues. For example, if the ledge is narrow, some textures do not load immediately. Animations are basic and do not align cleanly. So then, yeah, a little bit of information just for reference sake, nothing, no doxing or nothing. A little bit of just understanding like what kind of games does the tester play, you know, what sort of stuff might they be familiar with, right? Might turn this into a list option just so that the people using shooters, strategy games, fighting games, RPGs, platformers. I can spell. Sports games, management games, simulations, other. Please specify. Do you guys think of other genres of game? I'm sure I'm forgetting some. And this isn't to be like, oh, well, if you don't play platformers, I can't help you. It's more like, okay, the platformer people are like clearly understanding how this works, but the people that play shooters or sports games or fighting games are having more issues in these areas, right? So then we just have a couple of, you know, 1 to 4 options. You know, looking at like, are the controls easy to understand? Do they behave as expected? Are the abilities confusing? Stuff like that, right? I understood what the goal of the game was. This one we might remove just because the previous test round had like much more sort of linear levels, trying to sort of be indicative of how the game flow might progress, right? Because I think 2 + 2 is fried eggs. You know, I'm sure there's some school of math where that's true. And look, we're not... I don't expect anybody to do this right now. I don't expect anybody to do this at all. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna remove this entire section or reword it to be more like I could navigate the level effectively. Though I think that's more sort of covered in the gameplay section. Did you encounter any cases of the mechanics bugging or behaving poorly, i.e. the swing launching you into space, climbing putting you inside a wall? If you did, please describe the cases. What gameplay elements do you think would make the end product stronger? So this is kind of open-ended, right? Like if there's something that you're like, I see what you're going for, and I think including this would move in that direction. Yeah, I should just cut this section out because we have nothing aesthetically. Let's just close out section 5. Performance. This is gonna be not super important. But it will be a good thing just to know, like, without any optimization performed, just kind of an out-of-the-box UE5 level, how much of a fucking nightmare was it to run? And then just kind of a section on open-endedness, or just like, what did you think? Yeah, so if we've got gameplay, I think we can remove game flow. I don't think we need this section either. So yeah, just a couple of questionnaire sections and a little bit of like understanding the experiences or expectations of the people coming in. So yeah, as the game fleshes out, we'll probably reintroduce some of those things, right? Like, you know, are the aesthetics working well? Is the sound good? Are we encountering visual bugs, audio bugs? Are we having performance issues? Are the levels not making sense? Are they hard to navigate? Stuff like that, right? But I think right now we're working on a very basic level, so I'm not concerned with those things. I think I will leave Jordan in just because it gives a little bit of a hint of where it's going, in a world of otherwise mundane white objects and placeholder items. I don't think there's a single thing in this entire level except for the hook branches. These guys are intended to go into the game. I feel like they're a good indication as well of what I want to have for like integrated visuals or integrated indicators, right? So as the player gets closer to things that they can interact with or things that have importance, they will light up or move or have some sort of responsive behavior, right? So as the player gets into range, that it becomes interactable, you see it lights up. And as they move away from it, it turns off. It sort of fades into the background. So that is, I could always clean it up, but that is closer to a final asset, and everything else is just white box. All of the little UI indicators are white box. The switches are just like cobbled together objects. These switches are just a little material ball on top of a cylinder. So yeah, all very basic stuff right now. That, you know, once we sort of have a better sense of what needs what, we can go in and start actually making those assets, making those either UI elements or physical objects that the player will be interacting with. Like this just kind of looks like a street lamp. The intention is going to be that it's more like a sapling or a large vine structure that the player sort of wraps their book and then uses it like a catapult. But, you know, there isn't really a point in making that until I know exactly how it needs to perform. Okay. So, my throat's getting a little bit sore. It's getting a little bit tired. And I think the brain power is about expended. I think trying to jump in at this point and figure out animation stuff from the ground up is just gonna be like, brother, no. So here's what I propose. Let's take a very short break. Everyone get up and stretch. Get something to eat, something to drink, whatever you gotta do. I'm gonna run just a couple minutes of ads, sort of try and knock them down for most of the rest of the stream. And when I get back, what do you guys say we work on some art? Does that sound good to you? Alrighty. Let me put the banner up. Where'd you go? There you are. Alright, and I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Alright, thanks, Jooms. Bye! I tripped. Alrighty, here we go. Sorry, one moment. Alright, everyone have a good break? Where'd I go? Hi! Alright, I'm gonna jump back over here. We're going to set. And jump over to Photoshop now, or jump over to Clip rather. There we go, that looks pretty good. Serviceable anyway. Give me 1 second just to close down the Unreal project. Yes, save that. And then... okay, there it goes. So... there's a lot about Star Citizen to be frustrated by, understandably. But hopefully this gives some insight into why video games can be as frustrating as they are, and why games in development can be such a problem, shall we say. You know, as part of why, like I was saying with the engineering stuff when they were rolling that out, it was like, it's not gonna be perfect. It's gonna be strange. It's gonna be out of balance. It's probably gonna suck when it initially releases. But I still want them, or wanted, they have released it. I still wanted them to go ahead and put it out so that people could start messing with it and tell them the ways that it's not working, rather than just sort of keep trying to theory craft it internally for months and months and months just to release it and get told a lot of the same things anyway. Right? Like, I could just continue working on the game as I have it, under the assumption that it works and it's reasonably fun to play and people like it. But that is not based in any truth. It is not genuine or accurate or based on fact. It is just kind of me hoping and assuming. So Star Citizen is in a very interesting point because it right where they are now, they simultaneously have a game that people are trying to play as a game, like it is not necessarily finished, but you know, a regular just entertainment activity. And so it kind of has to be run that way to a certain degree, but at the same time, it's like, okay, team, we have this feature, and it is jank as shit, but we need to go ahead and give it to you and get all the feedback from you in the ways that it is jank as shit. Like, apparently, so they tried to run that closed test group of the crafting system, and the initial test run basically just didn't work. No one was given any crafting blueprints by default, and so nobody was able to actually test the performance of the system. But apparently they were able to get it sort of turned around and did another test like a day later, half a day later, something like that. And from what some of the YouTubers that I watch have been saying, they thought it was interesting. The UI was definitely very basic, lacked a lot of polish. Alrighty, Mage, I think that's a good plan. I hope you feel better. I hope the cold gets its butt kicked and you're feeling better this weekend. And stay warm, Chum. And get extra comfy cozy. Everyone say goodnight. So yeah, ostensibly, well, not ostensibly, they did get it out, and you know, people were not like, "Oh, this is amazing! It's perfect! It's the best thing ever." They're like, "All right, it's here. It's cool that it's here. Here are our notes. They are extensive." But that's what they need to do, right? They don't have things that are done. They are not ready to just be released into the game. And frankly, we see plenty of instances, you know, not just in Star Citizen, but across games in general. I'm sure you guys can think of at least a game where they just sort of released a feature and your immediate response was, "Did you guys test this? Like, did you run it by anybody before you put it out? Or did you just kind of send it?" You know, either because it was buggy and nigh unplayable, or because it just wasn't fun to play. So that is a big thing that I'm gonna have to make sure that I do with pages. And on my side of things, you know, I'm gonna have to really sort of maintain a positive mentality about it, that, you know, if people are willing to test the build out, if they're willing to download it and test it and provide feedback, write answers and fill out the forms, they're there to help me, right? They're not there to attack me and tear down the game and tell me that I'm doing a bad job. They are trying to help me make the game better. Right? Criticism is not a bad thing. I think, one, I'm a fragile baby. I think there is a lot of sort of mental fortification that people need to go through to be able to, properly understand and appreciate and incorporate feedback and critique, which I am definitely better at than I was before, but I'm certainly not perfect. But also I think there's just generally sort of been a stigmatization of feedback and critique. Like, criticism is just sort of has a negative connotation, right? If you're criticizing something, it's bad. You are attacking something. You are pointing out all of the negatives because you don't like it. And you wanna tear it down. It's like, no, I care about this. I care about this, and I want to see it do the best that it can. But that also means acknowledging that it's not as good as it could be and exploring ways that it could be better. Like, I have no imagination. Like, I don't expect that Pages is going to be some sort of Game of the Year contender. I just hope it gets good to a point where it's good enough that some people play it and enjoy it. That would be nice. It would be nice. I was watching one of Obsidian Ant's videos today. I think he put out today or yesterday. Sort of talking about the state of Elite Dangerous and Frontier developers, the people that make it. And he was sort of making an argument, shall we say. So, FDev has been a very up and down company over the years. They have had their feasts, they have had their famines, had some really bad famines. But right now, apparently they have sort of pivoted into a position of profitability. They seem to be, I'm sorry, I keep bumping the mic in its new position. But they seem to have gotten to a pretty good equilibrium compared to where they were even a couple of years ago, which honestly is saying a lot with how much the game industry is contracting. For them to sort of reach a point of going, yeah, we're good, we're okay, we're doing fine, we're actually kind of growing a little bit. It was like, damn, okay, get you some. So good on them. But in their most recent financial report, I guess, they were explaining that, or, they had the sort of profit breakdown. And Elite Dangerous comprises a eye-watering 6% of FDev's profits. So out of all of the various games that they are currently operating and selling, Elite Dangerous makes 6 out of every $100 for them. Which you might say, well, that's not a ton, and it's not. But you know, Obsidian was making the point of this is actually a good thing for the game because it makes enough money that, you know, FDev sees that as worth continuing to invest in, right? They have a loyal player base. It's like if we continue to make stuff for them, they will continue to play the game and we can continue to make that revenue. But at the same time, it is not a large enough slice of the pie that FDev is dependent on it being highly successful and will make decisions to improve the game's profitability at the expense of the player's well-being. That was the point that he was making. You know, other games like their management sims and their Jurassic World game are making like 10 times the profit of Elite Dangerous. So as long as those continue to be steady, Elite can kind of continue to exist in a stable but more sort of creative and community driven thing of being like, yeah, this is a flagship title for our studio, but we still have the flexibility and the leeway with it to really just sort of develop it as we wish. I believe the term that came up was allowing it to mature. Right, you don't need it for the immediate bill-paying profits. You can just sort of let it continue to exist and grow and evolve and be its own creature. Which is generally, you know, a nicer place to be with a project. I personally sort of had the same experience with the streams. Since I, knock on wood, have a job, I don't need the job to be my, or I don't need the streams to be my source of income. I don't need to make decisions that make the streams more profitable at the expense of not being as much fun for you guys. You know, not to rag on anyone who does stream full-time, I have nothing but respect for them, but it's a hard gig, you know? You do have to make those decisions of, well, we're gonna do a sponsored stream because I gotta pay rent. And Tuco is offering to give me money if I play it for a week. So yeah, hopefully that's sort of generally doing better for them. We'll see what Star Citizen sort of gets to. They're rolling another patch out. It's sort of going through the test rounds right now. We'll see where it gets to. Well, it's definitely not coming out this week. Maybe next week. If it were coming out this week, it probably would have rolled to live today. Because they typically seem to release their patches on Thursdays. But I don't know. It's a different pace because typically we don't really see anything in January. So for them to have a patch about ready to deploy, and I think a lot of it is more sort of like fixes for 4.5, and then a little bit of like content that didn't quite make it in, or stuff that they sort of wanted to do to set up the year. But it's nothing big, right? It's not a huge patch. But that's fine. Honestly, a lot of what is sort of on the way, I feel like, is small stuff that could end up having big impacts, right? Updates to industrial professions, new inventory stuff. They're finally fucking adding night vision, which is like, thank you. It has been such a pain in the butt to fly around in the dark. They're finally fixing it. That part alone is like, yes, please get this patch out now. I don't know. I haven't been playing a ton of it. I did jump on a little bit to do some cargo hauling, buy a new ship. It is kind of interesting to see some parts of the game really feel like they're starting to come online. Like, people are... It's not necessarily the most effective. Like, there's still problems of small ships being able to take on larger ships than it feels like they should be able to, but people are still making use of the big ships because the big ships are fucking cool, and why would you not want to use them if you can? But there have been some videos showing up of people getting into like big ship on big ship fights and like fleets of 2 or 3 ships versus each other, and it is honestly really cool to watch. It's like, even without all of the gameplay and systems working yet, it is still getting to a point where it's like you can start to see it come online. You can start to see the image take shape. And that's really exciting. Let's move this finger down a little bit. There we go. Trying to get the shape here, right? Excuse me. I do think what is going to be really difficult for CIG, just given their track record so far, is as the game, eventually shifts into a live release, right? Where the game is not in development anymore. It is out. It is available for anyone and everyone to buy and play and treat like a normal game. They're not going to be able to release things half-cooked like they do now. So we're really gonna need to see, I think, as development gets closer to release, them shift more into that mode of, we have this feature and we have tested it to a point where we believe it is ready to go to live, right? We don't expect the players to go to the issue council and, hunt down bugs and report issues day in and day out. Because right now, I think for a good portion, a majority of the people that play in the current state of the game, it is understood, yeah, I am a test player. I might not report to the issue council every day or every week, but I'm going to encounter bugs and I need to be prepared. I need to be accepting that that is just going to be part of my experience. It's gonna suck, but it's what I signed up for, and I literally acknowledge that every time I boot up the game. It is built into the launcher that I have to remind myself, yes, you are playing an incomplete game and there's gonna be bullshit. And that's okay. But at some point in the future, it's going to not be okay. They're going to have a player base that just expects to be able to log onto the game after a long day at school or work or whatever and just play it, and it works. That's not an unreasonable expectation for a release title. I say that, but you look at a lot of release titles, and I don't know. I'm just gonna nudge myself back. All right, there you go. So I don't know what you gonna do. I did see today an insane number. Let me double check this. This is a tweet, but it's from Jason Schreier, so reputable. So, from a peak height in 2018, there we go. So Ubisoft yesterday had a stock plunge. Market cap is now around $500 million, or €500 million. In 2018, it was around 10 billion euros. In 8 years, the company has lost 95% of its value. Which... what do you say to that? Like, how does anybody at the head of a company still have their job after hemorrhaging 95% of its value? It's obscene is what it is. And apparently in the midst of all that, Ubisoft has said that they're going to continue to double down on AI development. It's like, you dense motherfuckers. You get you deserve everything coming to you. I think it's very close to tangenting, but hopefully it's okay. Hopefully it reads well enough. We can come back in and clean it up if it feels weird. My mic fell over a little bit. There we go. Let's try and situate it somewhere that I'm not going to bump it quite as much. There we go. Sort of the same thing as on the other sleeve. This will sort of integrate this contour a little bit more, just so it doesn't feel like a bunch of disconnected parts. A little more organic, seamless. we go. Good. Alright. That looks pretty good. Alright, this doesn't, but it's okay. Here we go. You guys can't hear me munching, can you? There we go. Could you please just put the right color in? I don't even know what caused this. There. I was watching a video, I believe it was an XKCD explainer, where they take like community questions and then sort of go, well, okay, like, what would happen if we gave every human on Earth a laser and had everyone shine their lasers at the moon? You know, silly little fun science questions like that. I think it was actually like the follow-up to one of those of, you know, well, what if we gave everyone even more powerful lasers? But that got them into discussing the concept of gamma ray bursts. And there's an interesting little tidbit that I was not aware of. So, apparently, gamma ray bursts were discovered in the 1950s or 60s. I guess it would have been the 60s. When, you know, it was the Cold War, and there were a lot of nukes going on. And so people wanted to know if the other side was using nukes or not. And so they put a probe up into space to look for sudden bursts of gamma rays, because they're like, well, we know that nukes release, you know, flashes of electromagnetic radiation, including but not limited to gamma waves. And nuclear blasts are one of the only things that are going to release gamma waves on Earth, so let's look for those. And so they put the probe up, and they started looking for gamma ray bursts. And they started seeing them, but they weren't coming from Earth. They kept spotting them coming from deep space, and they're like, what the fuck is going on? Damn, space, you scary. I saw a meme that made a very good point. So we have the Voyager probes out there, right? And they have the golden disc. And it's sort of like an ambassadorial message to anyone that ever finds the probe. And someone's like, humanity sent out a probe to make first contact, and it contains nudes, a mixtape, and an address to our house. No wonder aliens don't show up. Yeah, fair. You know, there's always kind of an expectation that humanity's gonna get out to space at some point and encounter alien life. And because it grew up, because it evolved on a different planet with different chemical compositions and different gravity and different rules, you know, not necessarily of physics, but a different environment, that life is going to look excuse me, a little bit of cookie like took all the moisture out of my throat. Anyway, very dry cookie. Anyway, that you know, the species on another planet wouldn't look anything like anything that humans on Earth are familiar with, because nothing in the environment that species grew up in would cause them to look the same. Which I understand where that argument comes from, and I think it stems from pushback of science fiction often just depicting aliens as being alien species as being just kind of Earth species, but with X factor, right? Kind of a limitation in imagination. But I would argue that eyes have evolved multiple times on Earth, and blood has evolved multiple times with different chemical compositions, different colors as a consequence, different balances of factors, but the same general principle of, yeah, that's blood. It serves the same mechanical purpose. I don't know. I could certainly see the argument that if self-replicating chemistry is able to occur, the chemical composition might change. The exact rules that facilitate its growth might change, but the things that it composes, the forms that it takes, might be surprisingly familiar. Possibly. I mean, if you look at the biodiversity of Earth, you get everything from people to birds to jellyfish to cockroaches. Like, all right, there's range. There is range within this biosphere alone. And that's just animals, right? That doesn't include plants or fungi. That doesn't get into the weird stuff. So who knows? Maybe oh, sorry. Maybe one day humanity will get out there and find another race and it's got 2 eyes and something like a nose and a mouth, and you go, oh. Well, okay then. We know what to do with this. Also, hot wood. I don't like how these folds are coming out yet. Also, the sleeve is just kind of, it's a little weird. It's a little bit weird. Let's see if we can't fix it. That's a bit better. So I think next week we'll look at the animation stuff for the game. I think we have plenty to chew through there. We're gonna revisit a tutorial that we used before. We sort of went over how to set up like a level sequence and hey Panda, happy Thursday. I hope you're having a good week. And thank you for the 7th stream streak. I appreciate it. See. It's good to hear. So yeah, I think the tutorial that we were watching before was a little bit more like, you know, let's make a cool, exciting animation. It's like an axe attack or a dash animation or something. So you probably wouldn't copy it point for point. Because the main thing I would want to do would be like a walk or a run cycle. And, you know, I figure for that, we're just going to like start really simply, right? Like we would just sort of do a 3-point movement or a 4-point movement of like leg down, leg up, leg down, leg up, leg down, leg up, etc. Right? Like you block it out really simply. And then you sort of tween between those, and then you tween between those, add more and more fidelity until the animation is complete. I'm oversimplifying it, but that's the idea. So that's kind of what I have in mind for next week. And we'll see how it goes. But first and foremost, I'm gonna be getting that test level out. Because I would like to get it out this weekend. I'm gonna call that a soft target. But we all know how well those best laid plans often go. So we'll see. We'll see. Maybe. Maybe. What have you all been up to this evening? Imagine you weren't just sitting around watching me fuss with menus for 2 hours. There we go. Alright. So, I think we've got round 1. All the cleanup more or less complete now. What's been... Alrighty. That sounds fun. Dual stream watching. Deja vu. I feel like... Oh. Okay. Yeah. Stream made a little bit more... Not stream. The leg made a little bit more sense. I think it lost a little bit of its curve. So it doesn't feel quite as natural as it did before. I'm just gonna thicken it up a teeny bit. Reintroduce a bit of that flow. Cool. So I had a devious little idea. I need to take my bike in to get tuned up at some point, and what I thought would be a good little strategy is on Sunday I could bike over to the shop and drop it off and then jog my way home. Nice short bike ride out and then a good length jog back. I think would sort of round out to a good little round of exercise. The problem is it's cold. Like it is not as cold as some places are hitting, but definitely cold enough that going out and doing a bunch of exercises maybe not the best plan. So I might wait until next week and see if it warms up a bit. So yeah, see, that's too cold. That's too cold for anything. That's go home weather. Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad here. But it is cold enough that I'm second guessing it's like going out in workout gear. I don't know, maybe next weekend would be better for it. Introduce a little bit of purple tone in here, a little bit of blue tone in here, just a little bit. Today is Pi Day. No, it's not. March 14th is Pi Day. 22nd, there are 2 Pi Days. Well, why is the first... Why would this be Pi Day? Third, why? How to observe? You eat pie. How is there a how do you observe? Why? Alright, well, everyone go get a slice, I guess. Suppose you don't really need a reason to eat pie, but it just seems incredibly silly. Okay, I see. Got some weird little artifacts of this and that left over. Pie is the reason? No, I get why you would have a day to eat pie because it's pie and somebody was really wanting pie and was like, we should all get pie, and everyone went, yeah, alright. But the article, the page that I was reading, has a section on how to observe National Pie Day. It's like, you eat pie! Birthday of Charlie Papazian. Alright, well, good for you, Charlie. Sure. Charlie was like, today is National Pie Day, and everyone was kind of like, okay, sure. I mean, it's pie, I'm not gonna say no. Okay, I'm going to hide the character for a bit because they're in a pretty good spot. And I want to put some more work into getting the moon looking a bit better. You know, they say the moon is made of pie. I don't think anyone actually says that. But they could. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's Oh, I was looking for a second, like, what was I trying to do here? Okay, so we got the big crater here, and then off to the side there's a medium crater. Well, so this crater is smaller, but the surrounding impact is much bigger. Got more of a mons to it, I suppose, a mountainous form. And going like that. And then we've got a smaller but more prominent crater up around here. Double check. Yeah, it's actually a lower res picture. Let's keep with this one. Some more tea really quick. I think I'm on my last cup. Yep. There we go. Bag is stuck. There we go. Nice. Alright, so where are we now? What the hell is... Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so we've got this white prominent area with a bunch of impact craters. Streaks out into the Mare. Is it Mare or Mare? Mare always sounds weird. I kind of assumed, because I think it's Latin based, right? I kind of assumed it would be Mare. But I don't actually know. Okay, so we got that, and then we're gonna have greater prominence like that. Though doesn't actually Darken has the rim. If you look at this at 100% scale, it is still really chunky. You need to really get in here and work it up. Work it up. I'm not trying to get the exact position of every crater correct. Just for the record, in case anybody decides they want to come in here and start shit. Like, no. I'm trying to get the prominent shapes correct. Everything else is kind of up in the air. You just need the right sort of balance of information.
Watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture.
Thank you. I'm actually doing pretty well on the posture.
Scoliosis, motherfucker. Fix your spine. Damn.
Please, everyone, please be sure to be taking care of yourselves. And save as well. It's a bit better. Still really rough, but it's alright. Good. So we're only 4 days away from the supposed launch of High Guard. What's that going to be? Tuesday? Monday. So I guess by the start of the next stream week, we will see what becomes of that. I opened Steam the other day and Marathon was taking the opening pop-up position. So apparently it has a release date. Bungie is moving forward with it. Be interesting to see what they've done. It is getting there. It's just it's a very slow process. Yeah, I could have just transposed an image of the moon, but where's the fun in that? There is a line on the moon. It looks like a straight line. This is so weird. Like right there. My guess is it's a glancing hit. It looks like something like bounced off the surface and just left a trough behind. Just impacted on the surface. I think it's kind of hard to imagine how big other planets are. Like, Earth is the largest of the terrestrial planets, but Mars, Venus, the Moon are no slouches in terms of size. You look at these sort of large forms and sort of try to render them in. It's like these are mountain ranges, giant craters. The little amount that humanity's actually traversed and explored isn't even visible at this scale. Martian astronauts reach the moon and set down and take the first steps on the surface that people have taken in over 50 years, and they look around and go, where's the content? A bunch of rocks and dust. Go. Some of these. Here we go. Okay. Not sure what that's all about. Gonna come in here and get pockmarking. There's more craters here than I could ever hope to count or make sense of. So I'm just not gonna worry about it. Suppose I could count them if I really, really wanted to. distance, I think it's looking okay. It's still kind of that problem that up close it feels very scruffy. Just keep refining it. I mean, there is absolutely the question of, you know, how much do we end up seeing behind the characters, so I think we can leave them up. I mean, it always looked like it shouldn't be that hard to reach. It certainly feels that way sometimes, like, it's right there. You can see it. You can almost touch it. You just reach up. Grab it, pinch it. I feel like if you can get off the ground, if you can get into orbit, it's not that hard. Relatively. Right? Compared to traveling to other planetary bodies, the moon is fairly simple. It's that getting off the ground part that is proving to just be so fucking annoying. Where am I? Okay, we're looking at this bit. There's a fairly prominent crater right here. Oh. The vast majority of the way the rockets we build are just for getting off the ground. I know, it always bothers me. You look at the Saturn V rocket and how much of that left the launch pad, and then how much reached the moon, and then how much actually came back to Earth. And it's like, really? That's the whole thing. Yeah, that's what worked. So we did it. Which, I don't know, is better than nothing, but shit. I got a book for Christmas. I'm blanking on the title. It's a strange little title, but I started reading it today. I took it with me on my appointment. I only got a couple of pages in, but the first couple pages were very entertaining. I like the writing style of the author. It is about a pair of grad students that have to descend into hell to save their professor who has died. They have to go to hell to rescue their professor's soul. It's like, alright. It's a strange premise, but it's fun, and I'm always a sucker for schools of magic and such, so I'm just like, ooh, okay, this is a fun twist. What if magic grad students? I'm a slow reader, so it's probably going to take me a while to finish, but I figure it means I better get started on it. It doesn't look too bad. Just need to frickin' keep working the details. A little bit at a time. Excuse me. There we go. If I ever had a professor with travel to hell. I had some professors I liked. Would I go to hell for them? Maybe. Maybe. I think I would be open to the idea. I remember one professor in my undergraduate that GDC was happening, Game Developers Conference, and you know, being someone that wanted to get into the game industry, I wanted to go, but you know, it was during the school year, and so I went to the professor and was like, hey, you know, there's this conference that I want to go to. Like, many of them held big ass. That's fair. That's true. Yeah, if we're talking hell, maybe one or two. Maybe. One or two that I would at least take it into consideration. But yeah, so I went to this professor and was like, hey, you know, there's this conference that I want to go to. I feel like it would be very important professionally. And the dude basically was just like, tough. Like, was not willing to accommodate in any way, shape, or form. And I'm just like, wow, fuck you. I don't know, like, I can understand to some degree, but also it's like, you're a professor, you like, I can understand wanting to teach your class and have your class be taken seriously, but part of your job is also facilitating the growth of your students. Thank you, Lucy, for the head pats. Oh shit! It's 11 o'clock. When did that happen? I suppose the technical answer is like literally right now, but still. Jump scared by time. Alright, let me just put these last little bits of detail in here. We should go ahead and wrap things up. So yeah, I don't know. I don't even remember the professor's name. I don't remember exactly what class it was, but I do remember that interaction and being like, no, fuck that guy. I think it was a GED course. Like it was not part of my major. It's just a course that I had to take, and you know, certainly maybe that was part of it. Maybe the professors is like, I get so many of these fuckers that aren't actually here for the course, they just take it because they have to. It's like, well, you should talk to the school about that if you're pissed. See if you can get cycled off to some other assignment for a little bit, but I don't know, like there's a whole discussion that I think should be had about the purpose of higher education in college and universities versus community colleges and trade schools. You know, what is the role of academia in the 21st century? I think that is a real conversation that needs to be had. But in the way that it exists right now, you know, people are going to college, they're trying to, you know, improve themselves and learn, but also get jobs and develop paths for their future. And that is going to go beyond the confines of the classroom. And I think to some degree, like the curriculum and the program and the professors need to be cognizant of that. And, you know, it's not saying, oh, well, let them off scot-free and they can just skip courses for a week and have zero consequences. Like, no. Give them something to make it up. Hey, Jack. Thank you for the 43 months. Good golly. Really appreciate the support. It's good to have you with us. Thank you. Hope you're having a good week so far. Ready for the weekend? I'm just putting a little bit more detail in. Unfortunately, it is about time to call it a night. But I appreciate you, and I appreciate you coming by. I'm just gonna dim this down a teeny bit. Even though it's somewhat accurate to the rendering, it's so like bright on the canvas, it's distracting. Well, that is definitely better. It is definitely better, even if we zoom in. I think it is reading a lot better. A lot still to add there, and a lot still to add to the character themselves. But I think we're doing much better. I think we're in a pretty good spot overall. I do want to do one thing. Which is... we're going to frame it this way instead of the other way around. Because I think the color, the sort of lighter tone, was just kind of, it was throwing me off too much. Good so far, but don't really want to work today. That is a whole ass mood. That is an extreme level of mood. But the weekend is almost here. Still a little bit further. You got this. Alright, unfortunately, I think that is where we are going to have to go ahead and call it for tonight. It is getting late. I also have work tomorrow, so we should go ahead and wrap things up. I'm gonna shut down the VOD. Everyone say bye-bye to YouTube. See you next time, VOD Squad. And we're gonna find somebody that we can raid tonight. See who's hanging out this evening.